and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about Pitbulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about Pitbulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about Pitbulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about Pitbulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion Mayday, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about Pitbulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about Pitbulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about Pitbulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about Pitbulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about Pitbulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going Hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about Pitbulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt, Going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about Pitbulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs of the past and present. Hosted by one of the game's most respected kennels, with over 40 years in the hunt. Going hard Kennels Twin 1 and Twin 2, dogs like Champion the Debrat, the very first champion off Grand Champion May Day, the Dog of the Year, and Register of Merit. Champion Pretty Mama, 2-time Best in Show and 2-time Gamest in Show. Going hard's Bay Bay, Register of Merit, Damn to Champion What a Day, Champion Gus, Champion Elrod, Champion Yellowbird. So pull up a seat, and let's talk dogs. Let's talk about Pitbulls. The history, the breeding, the maintaining and feeding, and the controversies surrounding the great hunts. Come interact with the legends, and ask questions, and listen to their stories as we talk about kennels and dogs.
What's up, fellas? What's up? What's up? Thank you for coming out on Talk Shit Tuesday. Guys, don't forget to put them likes in. Some subscribers for you new people. Take them dogs, y'all. Take them dogs. Y'all feed them? Huh? Clean up that shit? Right. Just fresh water. Take them chains. Take them anchors. Take them collars. And if you did, everything seemed to be okay, then I guess today is a good day. Thank y'all for coming out, fellas. Thank you for coming out. Today, we're going to start off with some stuff. We're going to do this breeding thing. But I want to go into some what we did from our last show. And for the show, y'all, we're going to go back through all our contributors and thank you for those. We're giving them shout outs at the end of the show. I just wanted, before I got into it, I wanted to read something that came in. I guess Going Hard Mike going to go get it for me. When we were talking about those breedings, when we did that Maidstone City Cross, guys just don't know how relevant it was at the time that we did it. I think it's, some guys have even told me, said, Tween, you made it like it was, you said it, but you didn't really put it into the emphasis of what you did and how you pissed a lot of those two camps off. So I just thought it was important for me to read what one of you guys wrote in and brought it up to reiterate, the situation at that time of what was going on. It was in one of our comments. And it was by Christian Barbellata. I hope I didn't beat it up too bad, Christian. I'm just going to go with Christian. Christian left it in the comments last week, and I just wanted to read it so you guys could hear, what he had, his comment on it. He said, "Oh, my Lord, I cannot even begin how many times your team's name came out of the Stone Cities and Southern Kennels teams of guys when both sides, head guys Jesse and Victor found out that you made that breeding as much animosity that was between those two camps. I know it was a beneficial breeding and it produced badass bulldogs. That shit talk was heavy, I imagine. If the situation happened decades later, in the modern times, it would have blew the damn internet up with all the gossip. Hell, they was worse than old ladies in a sewing circle, but they was producing winners. And he's right. At the time that we did that, and word did get around that we made the breeding, I told you guys, they was really mad at me. They were really mad at me. Again, I waited. I did it. Already done. Puppies hit the ground. They had an opportunity at 8 weeks old. Like I said, 8 weeks old, the right people came down at the right time, and they seen going hard, do what we do, go hard. Showed them 6 little puppies. And them 6 little puppies came out of ROM, 2-time winner, which we were definitely looking to make a better career out of that 2-time winner, because he was definitely all that in some. Made a breeding, winning, one breeding, produced some great dogs. But it was just how important that breeding was and how it literally changed the game. Not only that breeding there, but the cross with the little buck that competition Kennels, a good friend of mine during that time, who was hanging close. You know, he had champion Romeo. So he was so impressed that I talked about it. You know, he was one of them guys that we talked about it when I did the breeding with the mate at Stone City Cross. And I was telling him about that little buck. And this is how he was able to get in and hook up with Evolution to make the breeding, because Evolution had acquired Sarah Kell. Sarah Kell was bred just like Little Buck. It wasn't her little mate, but it was the same breeding in the second breeding, where he was able to breed Ramel to Sarah Kell and became up with Ramel Buck. Ramel Buck turned out to be a nice dog itself, the champion. So those 2 breedings right there was real important to the game. The breeding when he took Ramel and crossed into Sarah Kell, and the breeding we made when we took a Little Buck and bred into Rat's daughter, Rat's little mate brother's daughter. So yeah, it was one of those kind of breedings where, you know, what we're talking about tonight is influential breedings that kind of put a change in the game. Well, I would have to literally start off with my own shit and just keeping it real with you. That breeding opened up a lot of doors. And it just didn't open up the Stone City Mayday stuff, you know, because I had Apache and my relationship with competition Kennels leading down to the breeding Romel to Sarah Kell and the good line of dogs that came off by that way. It's just one of those crosses that, you know, that was, like I said, influential. Start looking at, you know, those things that, you know, I did it because it was on my yard, but the impact that it had on the game, you know, all these years later, when you look back at it, you say, wow, it was definitely a moment back then that I think the biggest day of my life, to prove my point, where everybody was running around fussing and hollering and mad at me about what I did, was when I had an opportunity to show whether it was the right thing to do or not, you know, to show those 6 puppies. It was just what the witnesses saw in those 6 puppies is what really made them sit back and put that thought of, maybe we need to scratch all this bickering and do something that, you know, there was definitely evidence something was special with that shit, because Remember, none of these dogs that I had was directly off of anything. It was actually a little bit coming from Stone City, but the Sassy girl was bred right there off our yard. So she wasn't off of Mayday, she was off of Mayday's son. You know, so that made a big impact. And if you look at that breeding, and you look at the Cell Kale breeding to Ramel, produced Ramel, but and by me and him being in connection with each other and good friends with each other, what it led to. Now, I've seen another situation like that before you guys started breeding the Mayday stuff to the Boyles dogs back then. I can just tell you, I don't remember it happening. I was involved in watching what was going on when Deep South and a couple other guys went up and bred to Wacko and Emmett, and they had the Mayday dogs. Because, you know, we were all in cahoots of what was going on. It was a network of guys, and they were doing some great breeding. They bred to Emmett, and they took a Mayday female, and they bred her to Wacko. Out of that Wacko breeding, to me, one of the first ones that actually bred into the boys, if he wasn't of the first, then he was one of. It was not a few that was running out there bringing Boyles dogs, crossing them into Mayday. But out of that came Champion Skins. And Champion Skins was another game changer to me. Game changer. It started showing that the Mayday crossed into the Boyles would even work. And that's what it really boiled down to. Remember, he made this breeding, I think, before Wacko. Before Wacko was mastering the Kunta. So that's how ahead of the game that he was when he made that cross, came out with Skins. And then down the line, you know, Skins, he produced the Champion. I think they produced the Champion when they bred the Skins stuff, made that stuff back across the Maytu stuff, and it was a Champion produced out of that. But, you know, good dog. You know, and to me, that opened up a lot of guys around here, whether they want to believe it or not, you know, because during that time, Gotta Eat, you heard of Gotta Eat, Gotta Eat Kennels, good friend of mine. Remember, we were talking about doing it. We actually did one. And in the long run, if you look at the Gameville dogs, Champion Blues or CJ, I think that's what their name were, SJ, you'll see that those dogs got that Gotta Eat bloodline in them. So even back then, when me and Gotta Eat used to sit there and talk about crossing the Mayday dogs into those Boyle crosses that even he had, you know, we knew it would work based on what we were looking for. But we just matching up papers. Actually, guys, we weren't. I don't remember one time that we grabbed papers, even when it came down to breeding a Wacko. Wacko was a smasher. You know, he might not have looked like that against Kunta being Kunta being the bigger dog. But Wacko was a beast. Don't downgrade him, because he was definitely a Boyles killer. Definitely a Boyles killer. And you know, if he lacked the gameness, I can guarantee you this: when he got crossed into that little Mayday female, and they got Skins out of there was no doubt that there was gameness in that dog, because Skins was definitely more than game, but he had the ability. He was just an all-around good dog. He had wrestling, he had power, he had a smartness to him. He had that Mayday crazy, and you know I think that's what was setting a lot of these dogs a little different than everybody else, because there was just something different about a real Mayday dog. You can just tell there's a look. You know, all my Mayday shit, you know that my guilt was they had that look. You ever go back and look on your Pedigree pads online and actually look at Brat's Pedigree, and you see her that during this time she was with Victor, you just look at her and just tell there's a look in their eyes. Now, you go back around and start looking at most of them, Luke Haynes, anyone you see a picture of, look into their eyes. It's like a nutcase look in their eyes. And that's what really, to me, gave them a little bit of an edge and made it different. Not saying all of them, There's enough great ones out there, and enough guys that had these dogs that was winning when they'll tell you there was something set off from the side about a Mayday dog. They had this something you couldn't put your finger on it. The one damn thing for sure, you better hurry up and do them while you got them because they self-destruction. You know, that crazy shit can work against you. You know, pan grabbers, doghouse snatchers, they don't just chew on the doghouse. They go bam bam with the doghouse. They're always, you know, they'll snatch it off the thing. You know, there was hard dogs to raise. Brat was definitely hard. Brat was, like I said, could have been a grand champion if she had kept her teeth. But she never stopped putting her mouth on everything. You had to give her something to chew on, or, you know, it was going to be a problem. She was not going to be happy unless she was chewing on something. I'm talking about when she didn't have no teeth. We thought it was safe to put her back around a tree. She got in the down tree to death. You know what I mean? Just sit there and slobber up the tree. I guess her slobber was her just gnawing on the bark with her, just her gums was destroying the tree. When she had her teeth, she could chop it down like a beaver. She could chew through a tree. I'm talking about a 4-inch tree, orange tree in a matter of days. You know, then we realized we couldn't park her around a damn tree. So these are breedings that we're going over. Just like the Red Boy Jeep cross. Was it significant and did it change the game? Yes. Yes, it did. We can go back a little further than that. Let's talk about the Old Family Red. When they took them Old Family Red dogs, red-nosed dogs, and you know, what y'all call them the Old Family Red dogs, all right. You know, at one point, kind of make you wonder, did they have a lot to do with the Red Boy dogs in that red, you know, the red nose and the red in those dogs? Well, I did me a little research, you know, and I went back and got me a little bit more information to find out what I was looking for was their relationship. You know, because you remember, guys, family red noses are, this is what they are. They're a line that came in from Ireland, okay? Mr. Hemphill, Mr. McCoy, don't give me the line right offhand, but a lot of these dogs were, you know, it was supposed to be just strictly a line. Particularly red eyes, red nails, red skin, you know, just a red dog. And when I looked at my dogs, you know, I always wondered, did the buck, because Reddish, you know, she was a yellow john dog, heavy yellow john, because her mother, Amber, and I'm gonna tell you, she was red. I mean, now, matter of fact, there was not even a black-nosed puppy in the whole litter. It was a brindle puppy in the litter. You know, and when I say brindle, she was brown, you know, dark brindle like Ace. But she was the only one. Everybody else was red on red. Okay? So I was wondering, you know, about the Red Boy dogs, you know, so I did some looking. And I thought the most, you know, let me see. I said, well, which one would I want to start with if I were to do a family red dog, red nose? You know, I'm pretty sure you got them red, you know, old family red guys out there that love those type of dogs. But I wanted to see something that, you know, could I pull off the top of my head? Do I remember one that was, you know, influential in me when I was heard, when everybody used to ask me, because I had, you know, most of 85% of my yard was red. And then we had a lot of red dogs and red-nosed dogs. So my one, the one that I always come to mind with when I start talking about the old family was Red Devil. So I went on Pets Online and I looked at Red Devil. Yeah, I did. And while I was looking, see, I hear these guys always talking about family red nose. You know, and I always wondered through all these years, you know, and we got some great ones, Bob Wallace, you know, these were dog men, but you never really hear them really taught much. You know, they bought a couple of dogs like Centipede. You know, these dogs are red, old family dogs. Centipede, there was a couple good ones, right? So we know that it was not only good dogs, they were match dogs. These weren't just show dogs and they were just riding a line. They was really trying to maintain a good working line. I'm talking about guys that started 30s, 40s, into the 50s. I mean, at one time, I think it was a story about how Bob Wallace saying, you know, he was looking for him. He found something. Him and a friend went down there and got as many as they could. They got most of them and they split a couple of them up. But, you know, when I think about the family red noses, I think about Creed's Red Devil. So that was where I started at. Now, so I figured if I start with him, you know, it would probably take me around to see what was really going on there. Because he just didn't come off the ship. I think a lot of work was done with him right here in the United States. Take you over there now. This is, it says Rose Red Devil, but as I go down, I'm gonna show you guys. Yeah, that breeding. This breeder is Mr. Creed. So that is Creed's Red Devil. They got him here as a grand champion, Creed's Red Devil, 8-time winner. Okay, look, nice build. He's a red dog. He is from the family red line of dogs. And now my question was, okay, is he really a pure old family red? Okay? We hear that all the time. They called him Iron Dusty, but it is also, his name was actually Red Devil. Mr. Creed called him Iron Dusty. This is how he's bred. We don't know a lot of these dogs, but we know the bottom side of a few of them. Okay? We know the nibbler stuff. We've been through that when we went through the, you know, the Dabo area. The air, you know what I mean? A lot of nibbler dogs. So, you know, these nibbler dogs were family red-nosed dogs. And if you look down at the very bottom down here, at that nibbler's little cookie. That little cookie. And you see a lot of it was nibbler. Nibbler did a lot of work. But I wanted to bring up the little cookie. I mean, we for those guys that's been in the game, we know this breeding. Because it leads back to so many different dogs. We go straight up there to, okay, we go straight over there to Kobe. Now look, that's a brindle and white dog. So when y'all say the family red nose, especially when we speak on Red Devil. You know, I hear so many guys speak of Red Devil as a old family red nose, but he's not a pure one. It can't be a pure one with this brindle and white dog, which we know who's Kobe's dime is. Okay, we're gonna go a little deeper into that. Just for those who don't know, you know, you follow this stuff. You go Till Sarge. You see, there's a lot of them on here. Texas, Ed Crenshaw, Kobe Rusty. I'm just going down on nice and slow. See, that Kobe's dime, he's producing a lot of dogs. I'm just going through here, guys, because, you know, we go ahead to Smokey. we already know we go to Smokey here. It's gonna take us down the path of some black dogs. For those young guys, the young ones that don't know, I'm just gonna slide over there and pull up Smokey. Heavy Kobe, right? You know, I'll spring on you. So Jack Kelly's KO right there. Okay, what I'm trying to do here, fellas, is I can jump around and do a quick jump. What I'm trying to do here, so I'm end up going back to it, but I'm gonna take it over here. I want you to do this. I'm trying to pull up Zebo. There you go. The reason why I'm pulling up Zebo to look back down in here, okay, what do we see? We see a lot of Lonzo dogs, you know, heavy Lonzo, but where I was going was right down here at the very bottom there. You see that? Smokey. There's Kobe's dime. All right. So we know if we keep going on this direction, we already did them with Kobe and black dogs. We find him over there in the Red Devil stuff, and I'm gonna get back over there. I'm just pointing these things out as we move along. These are breedings that played a big part in the building of the dogs. Not only then, you know, we're talking about now, from then to now. What breedings that really made an impact in the game? I would think this one would. Because now they're taking the Kobe dogs and they're breeding them into some Dabo stuff. Okay, makes a difference.
Dabo came from that.
Yeah, Dabo came. Yeah, Dabo. He was one of them dogs off the ship. But keep in mind, they had a couple dogs coming off the ship. But you know, by way, you got a Kobe line. Then you had the Dabo dogs with the Heinzel stuff. You know, it goes back many ways, but these were breedings, guys. You know, like I said, they go Smokey. We're going to go all the way back. That's Kobe's dime. Now, I can probably take y'all on that same trail. Still in the Creed stuff now. Remember, a lot of guys always thought that, you know, Creed's Red Devil was an old family red. Well, he probably was, but he wasn't no pure one. Okay? I think there was more pure ones up here on the top side than there was the bottom side, but these were still, when you look at them, they were still Irish dogs. The Neblets, the Vinos, Kobe's, there was a lot of these dogs came by way of those Irish guys bringing those great dogs in. Okay, now let's go check on Red Devil. Let's show you what he produced. Okay, a lot of people that's familiar. If you guys have any questions, please send them through the chat. And I'll answer as I go along. I think Mike is going to be watching the chats a little bit today. For you guys can zero in and help me out a little bit here. I'm going to go here to Red Devil. My more famous one was Maximilian. Why is the champion Maximilian? No, I wouldn't call. I say he's red. He's red and white, but what I call him a old family red nose? No, I wouldn't call him a pure one. Because the pure family red nose is all red in every aspect, from head to toe, to eyes to nose. But you know, me coming up, I heard a lot of guys kind of implement them dogs into those old family reds. You know what I'm saying? See his breeding? I think everybody should be able to see these. Yeah, it looks like you should be able to see them. These are impacts. These are what I call impacts. I say these were impacts because they literally did change the game. We see Flash on here. Let's go see how Flash is doing. Flash was a litter mate. You got Wise Maximilian, then you have Flash, the grand champion, Maximilian, the champion. You know, we don't hear that much about Flash, in my days, but we always knew about Max. So this dog won at least 5 shows. They said won at least. But this is the little mate to Max. We go down here and we go back to that Creed stuff. And down there puts you right back, especially down here on the bottom end. Remember we was talking about the Cavinos back then during that time of because these were dogs down there coming right off the ships, y'all. This line here was down there coming right off the ship. I'm definitely looking for him. I mean, I'm missing something. Did you say bounce? Oh, yeah. Yeah. You're right. Remember, we're back there in the earlies now. So, and you know, when we talked about our last show, we brought these things to attention. And the reason why I'm going back to them today, I'm just showing you how relevant, that conversation we had before. Now we're talking about breedings that was relevant, that we really kind of really talk about. Let me say it added to the game. Okay? We all know all know Hubbard's bounce. We all know. So guys, even back then, they was taking them family red noses, them old family red noses crossing into this stuff. I mean, they did a whole lot of it. So even in my question is, can I call these old family red dogs if we got Bouncer in it, we got Jimp in it, because this is not a family red-nosed dog. But the breeding itself was influential. Remember, we found this back down there in a Creed dog, a Creed bloodline. And we know that's Dabo Daddy. Right? That's Dabo Daddy. Look like a red and white dog to me. And Medabo wasn't no big dog either. Daddy was about a 38-pounder, looked like. A little dog. But again, if you look at this stuff, guys, we're still talking about breedings that changed the game. Breedings that changed the game. Now I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna go all the way back out, and just wanted to point that out to you, just to show y'all where we was at during that time. Look, this is where we was at. Maximilian. Where we started out when I started going through there, just to show you he's not a family red. He might have it in him, but it's not pure. But you see the track they was on. It's probably they didn't have much of a beef thing going on, like, you know, like in certain situations where they were actually looking for each other. They go Goofy. I don't know too many of y'all know about Goofy. But this is still, I'm on this right here just to bring their attention. Because a lot of people think that Creed's Red Devil is so much of a part of the family red. Check your eye on your chest. There's going to be a lot of bark in here. That's it. Keep an eye on your chest because it may be some bark in here. Because I mean, this one right here was just the beginning. A lot of guys think that he's a family red, old family red dog.
Because that McCoy said.
Right. Well, yeah. No, I mean, let me see. I'm gonna go with see what my next one. I'm gonna go to Tonka. What do you say? See, you see where I'm at now, guys. First, I had to show y'all Tonka, all right? But then I wanted to go down here to this Creed Susie. Why did I go to Creed Susie? Because family red, I would have to say family red. Firefly is more of a family red. This is a old family red. Used in an outcross in the fine family of dogs bred by Bert Klaus. Used as an outcross. But this is an old family red dog. Get familiar. Yep, Illuminati, you got it right too, bro. Illuminati had it as, I know y'all see it in the chat room, but Mike's gonna post it out there and then I'll read it off to you. Because he definitely had it, he definitely hit it on the head. Wilder, Himhill, and Wallace. I mean, we got Wallace, we got Himhill. Go back, you might, yeah, you're gonna find a little bit more, but this one right here, this is a family red dog right here. And like I said, when Mr. Wallace got involved, you know, he got his hands on some of that centipede blood and he was off and running. You know, he had a couple of them, but you know, he caught it on on a lady end. He didn't catch it on the fly like everybody else was trying to draw. He went on a hunt for it. And he found him a person that had it, and he went down to him and his partner, and they collected all that shit. They collected as much as they could of it. And this is Mr. Bob Wallace. He did this. Right? But like I was saying, what did they say he did? He used this right here as an outcross. Well, let's go check. You see a lot of Klaus dogs. See the Nibbit stuff? Yeah, me, every time I see the Nibbit stuff, I mean, I won't even go to Stabber and Blade and Nails, but I'm going to just tap into some of these just so we can look at them. I just wanted to point some of these out. There's a family red down at the bottom. And then we got these old boys here. Let's check out Captain. Well, we know there's some family red there on the bottom there because Tramp's Boy and those dogs right there, these are old dogs, but I know that the Lightner dogs, you know, you got to add them in there too now. Old William Lightner, he was a fan of the family red-nosed dogs too, old family reds. So I can guarantee you some of these dogs, and then we look, you're gonna see the Kobe stuff in there. Fellas, I can guarantee you. These are still Irish dogs. And Mr. Lightner knew exactly what he was trying to achieve. Again, breedings that kind of changed the game. So when you see a lot of that Kobe like we see in Red Boy, Red Boy was a red nose. What I'm doing, I'm just trying to show you guys factors in the game with some genetics, regardless of how they was. They did add that old family red, and it was bred so tight and good, fellas, that it had that ability to carry. You know, that certain type of genetics, not necessarily having to be pure, but the genetic strain was there to carry on. You've seen it in the strain. Yeah, that's what I'm trying. I'm trying to dig in here and go back there a little further where I want to be back in here. back in here. I mean, I'm just trying to make my point. Breeders that really made a difference. So they took an old family, a red, and they started breeding it. We started wondering how we started getting all these red dogs, red noses with them genetics. They clearly coming through the old family red now. Like what still stands. Is there such a thing in 2022 as the old family red of pure? Are they really trying to keep it pure? You know, it's almost impossible because even back then, I'm talking about in the late 60s and going into the 70s, the old family red dog was, the red nose was real hard to find. And the quality and the caliber was sure. We're looking at Till's Jeff now. You know, I saw Till's Jeff back there in the back, one of them breeders. I wasn't ready to bring him up to the forefront yet. But I just wanted I wanted to start with the creed stuff and work myself down on how the creed and the Cabinos and the Kobe. Remember, it all started coming together. And at this time, prior to this guy, these guys was really trying to build yards and trying to win shows and making good breeding. These weren't show dogs. These were not show dogs. And the way they did it is masterful to me. Masterful. I'm happy to match Till's Jeff. You know, at least, you know, we got a record that at least he was. I hear a lot of crap. That's not coming from our end because it's not showing up on the board popping like that. That has to be in the program.
Storm.
Oh, that's right, the storm. Yeah, we got a storm in our area, fellas. And we're picking up a lot of that static. It's not showing over here on our side that static is coming off our board. Okay, we do have a storm in our area. And it's not, the static is not coming through our boards. You know, our meter's not popping from the static you might be hearing. But we do have a bad storm in our area. Are we back on point? Go back talking? Okay, fellas. That was my point. Intricate breeding is that changed the game of the dogs. And we're talking about Red Boy. You know? I want to go in and pull up Hemp Hill. Let's see what we can find from the Hemp Hills. We can find probably a lot of dogs. I'm guaranteeing you guys, a lot of these dogs, man, even back then, you know, the McCoys, Hemp Hill, Bell Star 3. Red this, red that, and a whole lot of red. Whole family red dogs right there. McCoy is one of the names he might have forgot in that little run. McCoy was one of them himself. Ain't gonna find much because they're coming off the boat. Bell Star, old family red-nosed dog, right there. Bell Star, old family red-nose. What are you gonna find? You're gonna find Mr. Wallace back in there. You see the Cavino's back in there. These are influential breedings guys that made a change in the game. It's clearly showing you that these guys wasn't just taking dogs and throwing them together. They weren't. Back then, breeding was just as important as winning. Breeding these dogs was just as important as winning. You had a decent dog to them back then, they didn't grab the papers and try to match this shit up. They were taking dogs that they liked and trying to match them up and keep it as pure as they can keep it. And when the right time came, they added. But this is a old family red-nosed dog right here. This is what their pedigree should look like. Now I can go in there and I'm gonna pull up Mr. Wilder next. Then I'm gonna go in and pull up Mr. Wallace. Remember, Mr. Wallace got the back end. He came late. He had to go on a search because they had diminished. They had diminished considerably. And and he was just lucky, him and his friend, and they grabbed all they could grab and he took off. Now remember where we started at. There's a family red right there. This dog here, they probably don't know the pedigree, but I guarantee he came off that boat from Ireland. Remember where we started at. We put in hemp hill. We see the McCoy. There's Centipede. I'll click on him. That's an old family red right there. That's Centipede. And even then, I'm going there. When we look at Centipede, can we call him a pure family red? I mean, y'all consider him a pure old family red dog, red-nosed dog. But is he considered a pure one? Did Mr. Kobe have some old family red dogs and incorporated into his breeding? Remember, it did still lead back up to Red Boy, which Red Boy we all know threw a lot of red dogs. This dog right here, J.P. Kobe, owner was Earl Tudor, says Peter was the first UKC pit champion of record. See these years? 1910, 1912. Kobe's Nancy. J.P. Kobe. Kobe dog. I remember where we was at now. Centipede was a pure old family red. Then I would have to say, y'all telling me that this breeding here done by Mr. Kobe were these old family red-nosed dogs. Can anybody help me? Because then, from looking at it, we should be saying Hemphill, Wallace, Wilder, McCoy. That's Kobe. Okay, Baltimore Savo. Hey, good to hear from you, buddy. Thank you. Kobe has always been a part of the old family red nose. And you're right. A lot of guys didn't know that, Mr. Baltimore Savo. A lot of them didn't know that. A lot of people don't know that the red boy dogs got the old family dogs in them. A part of it, yes. As we keep going on back, Mr. Kobe was definitely a part of it. But look at it. The breedings and the way they were making these breedings, guys, is the part that I'm trying to concentrate on and focus on, guys, so y'all can see this. A lot of you guys can see this for yourself. These guys aren't just sitting here grabbing dogs, man, and putting papers together and saying we're gonna do this, and you think they're gonna have a successful line of dogs that we still talking about in 2022, which we call Red Boy? You know what I mean? So we would have to say Red Boy. We're talking about the original Red Boy. He was part of the old family dog, a red nose. So that means we have to go back and even talk about Finley's Bow. Then. Match dogs. These guys, these imported. See the Edwards dog? I know that's Mr. Edwards down there in North Carolina, James Edwards. He's the old man, but he was around. But look, these dogs right here are old family red nose coming right off the boat. Now let's go back all over. Let me show you where we started from. What took me down that tunnel? Centipede. Centipede is also considered an old family red. We did at the top. Now we're gonna go down there and hang around the bottom. It's all clear that we know about the Lightner dog as well. You see that breeding, right? It's basically the same thing we saw on the top side. And the points that I'm trying to make is these are significant breedings. These old 1912, 1910 breedings, guys, were so significant. Now, I mean, even now, you know, like I said, they wasn't throwing these dogs, you know, they didn't just have these dogs in their backyard, like, you know, And it's being honest, some of you guys got these good bred dogs in your yard and y'all looking at them like sitting there just putting papers on top of papers. I'm almost positive this is not what they were doing back then. You know, imagine somebody coming to Twin and saying, they're going to show me their pedigree. Twin, can I breed the Maytube? Or Twin, can I take this male here and breed the brat? Just by showing me some papers. Damn the dog, they just want to show me the papers. And see, y'all looking at the paper saying, oh, that would look good on paper. It looked good on paper. But damn it, these guys was thinking like that. I can guarantee you they wasn't thinking like that. Neither would I. I would. You could bring me a dog and tell me that's an old family red-nosed pure all outdoors, and I'm gonna tell you, will he go? Will he go? What he doing? You can sit there and show me a whole paper load full of nothing but old family dogs, and I'm still ask you, why, yeah, he looked good on paper, but what that mean? I wouldn't breed that dog if he wasn't good to go. And I'm sure they wasn't either, because the impact into the game was a real powerful punch. 1910, 1912, and these very same dogs, y'all, through the lines and the breedings that they did back then, we can still talk about Red Boy. We can still talk about the Red Boy Jeep Cross. When they took the Red Boy Jeep Cross, we can talk about the Bolio Cross. The Red Boy Bolio Cross. Okay, Toy Wood. Toy Wood said, I like your show. Mr. Twin, I learned a lot about the different breeds. God bless you and your brother. Hey, Troy, thank you, Mr. Wood. Troy Wood, thank you. Toy Wood, thank you. I'm sorry, Toy Wood, thank you. I'm trying to, I hope it's making a difference. Because even in 1912, 1910, there is no way that we could be talking about these very damn dogs, y'all, if these dogs wasn't shit. But these dogs was not relevant. But these dogs was just being bred on paper to paper and looks. What do you think these line of dogs would be today? But that's what they was doing. Knowing it, dog fighting was legal back then. So you ain't had, they were down on paper. They was stuck on busting ass. They was stuck on taking good bred match dogs and breeding the good bred match dogs. Totally different than what we did, because we can't just do what they did back then, because it's not as safe as they did it when it was wide open for them to make them fantastic breedings that were able to be done and carried for decades. Breedings that made an impact in the game decades later. And they wasn't breeding by just papers. This is what I'm explaining to you guys that got these good ass bred dogs on your yard that ain't doing shit. Don't you ever touch them papers until they start doing something. Now, I'm not a fan of beating up on females. I'm gonna keep it real with you, all right? Because I'm not a fan of putting pressure on a female. You know, it's not like, you know, either she goes, she wins, or she doesn't get bred. But what about the cold bitch? Can we move a bloodline forward by building on a cold bitch? We would have to say, agree. I mean, if you can't agree with me, then I'm gonna have to show you proof that you can build a great line with a cold bitch. They had to grab the papers to breed that bitch if she was cold. I got a cold bitch, but this is how she bred. Okay, now y'all explain that one. It does work. You know me, I would breed to a cold bitch. If she bred good, I'll be damn, boy, she better have a brother doing something real spectacular or something. It would have to be something that would make me grab this dog's papers and put a mail on her to be bred. Had to be something special. What was their mind frame? Okay? What was their mind frame when they took that cold bitch, awesome baby, number 2 on the registered marriage list for many, 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 many years? Ever since the recorded time that I remember, she was number 2 under Honey Bunch, a cold dog off of Yellow. Cold. They ain't busting no grapes. And look here. I can tell you this much too. Sir Kell was a cold dog. Right? These are dogs that were cold. Wouldn't bust a grape. But those bitches produced a line that became an impact in the game. So I have to ask myself, back then, were they accepting some of this cold shit? Were they accepting cold males? I don't know. We don't know enough of history. But I can tell you about the day and age, it made an impact. It made an impact. Hemp-hill dogs. Look at this stuff. Hemp-hill, these are family red noses. The old family. Guys, help me if I'm missing anything. But I can go on here, Geronimo. For those who don't know who he was, it's another family red, right? Off the boat. Wallace and Hemp-hill, McCoy. These are early breedings, guys. This is the old family red nose. Let me slide it down here a little bit so y'all can see this back end half. I said McCoy, Wallace, Hemp-hill, Wilder were major names, and Wallace. Those are major names, but I'm gonna tell you what made them so major. Don't forget the creeds. I'm gonna tell you what made them so major. These were matched dogs. You best believe Mr. Hemp-hill and Mr. Wallace, when they came up with Patsy right here, you know, their intentions, did he know him good enough to breed to this bitch? What was it about this bitch that Copperhead was bred to her? Let's look at Patsy. Because, you know, they had to like each other. They had to be on the same game plan. This is a family red nose. So I said, well, this is family red nose dog. Okay, we got Mr. Wallace here. We already know that Copperhead 2 is definitely of the old family reds. And I'm pretty sure on the bottom, definitely old family red. My question was, when Mr. Wallace went to Copperhead, did he go there with a cold bitch? Or did he go there with a bad bitch? Somebody tell me. You understand what I'm saying? What was their mind frame? When you sit there and make a breeding like this right here, there's more information that we can't see But we know at some point, Mr. Wallace and Mr. Hemhill got together and made this breeding. Why? What was the importance, or what was the factor? Did they grab the papers and look at them? Because if I was Hemhill, I would have to know Mr. Wallace personally. I would have had to know Mr. Wallace and what he was doing and what he was trying to do on my own personal note. It's like me taking Jesse and Southern Kennels dogs, and I got them on my yard. All right, let's look at it just like that. All right, I'm Mr. Wallace. And Hemhill and Lightner and Mr. Wilder, remember, they's ahead of the game. McCoy, those are the ones that was the guardians and the gatekeepers of the old family Reds. The gatekeepers. Now, they had to be some type of relationship for this breeding to ever take place. Y'all can say what you want. To ever take place. Bob Wallace had him. He made the breeding, but Copperhead. Mr. Inhill, he had him. My question is, when I knocked on Mr. Hemhill's door and I bought that dog over there, you best believe he knew that Twin was over there building the family red-nosed dogs. Catching my point, fellas? Did y'all see what I'm talking about now? This is the bitch on the bottom. There is no doubt in my mind, no doubt in my mind, that Mr. Hemhill knew Bob Wallace, and he knew Bob Wallace had worked pretty hard to put his old red dogs together his way. They had no problem bringing that Hemhill shit back into this dog here. And why is we on that? Why are we on this part right here? Because this is a factor. This is something that happened a long time ago that's a factor today. Let me go back and show you where we started. You know, I like going back, showing you where we started, why I'm over here. Because who don't know Wilder's Geronimo? That's a family red dog right there. This is why we started here. Mr. Hemhill and James Wilder. We know this is an old family red. Remember, this is where we started. And we started poking around all over the place after that. Remember, we started right over here and went right over here to Patsy. To look at it the way it is right now, you can say that's an old family red right there. Just looking at it right there, but stop. We went just to Patsy. Remember, we already been on Bell Star. Already been on Bell Star, so we know that was old family. And then Patsy. But this is the one that I was looking at, this one right here. This one right here. Just that one. That was a major difference right there. Because Mr. Wallace had already been working his hand. And for him to be able to do what he did, to carry that line on, and in the end, he's a part of that history when it comes to Wilder's Geronimo. Let's see if we can find some stuff. Okay, I found something. There you go. Waters Flip. The one I was actually looking for, I found him. What I was actually looking for was Geronimo 2. Yeah, we start moving up the corridor. Now we got Bert Klaus starting to reach in there a little bit more. You understand what I'm saying? And so we start with there and we'll go right here to Bert Klaus. What was Bert Klaus thinking when he decided to breed his Klaus dogs into them old family reds? He got Stabber and he got Butcher Boy here. Okay? We can go back a little further so you guys can get a real hang of what's back there. A whole lot of breeding out back there, you know what I'm saying? But I'm trying to take it back as far as I can, guys, just show you where we're gonna go end up at, where it's gonna take us. Because you'll notice I'm starting to pick a couple of them up. What are we starting to pick up? We're starting to pick up the Cavino stuff. We're starting to pick up the Bob Wallace stuff. Is starting to show up. So we getting an idea what Mr. Klaus was doing. Another point that I'm trying to make. What was Bert Klaus's mind frame way back here? Remember, we done went back a couple back. And now we're starting to notice, starting to see it. Okay? Let's go to Big Boy Jr. The only reason we're going to Big Boy Jr. because it's the top and bottom there. And I just wanted to point out, you can best believe we got Centipede. We already know he's family red. I can pretty damn near tell you that the Shipley stuff is going to be family red. The Cochrans, those guys right there, those are family red nosed dogs. These are part of the family reds. And I'm going by this right here. This right here, that's the family red. You guys don't know. All that right there. This shit's gonna go back to the family red. Look at these old line breedings, man. Look at these breedings. These guys are spending more time on their own yard breeding their own shit before they start stepping out knocking on other people's doors. But these are family reds. Look at me, I'm still going back. Again, my question is, what was the mind frame in Shipley? You know what I mean? Mr. Shipley, he had the dogs, but look, once he got one, he's turning the shit into his own stuff. Shipley, 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 Shipley. Keep going. He must have been doing enough with Bert Klaus got a hold of it. And he did a lot of things with the Klaus. I mean, the man down there had his own little line himself. But these were dogs that were match dogs. We know Bert Klaus is a great breeder, but we also know Bert Klaus as a dog man. Butcher Boy. Take a good look at Butcher Boy. Champion Butcher Boy. Red nose. So are we gonna go in here and dig into his shit and find out if he was old family red? You want to take a chance and go out here and look? We'll go back and chase it a little bit. Let's see. Try stuff is it's some good stuff, but you know, I'm going back. We're gonna keep on going back because we're gonna see if it goes all the way back. That he won his championship. This dog here won his championship. Old champion missed his bully 2 hours and 15 minutes over Bears King. All right. Now, what happens as I start going back a little further, I start seeing more familiar names. Family Red right there. McCoy right there. Family Red. All right. Like I said, as we start, and the funny thing about it, the genetic makeup of the old family Reds is so strong. And that was one of those main things back then. The family red was so strong. The red golden eyes, you know, the gold yellow like golden eyes, the red nose, the red feet. You know, the old family dogs didn't have a lot of white markings in them, y'all. There was them other breedings that they were adding on top of that started adding a little whites to it and things like that. But the old family reds, they was red all the way around. And them pretty golden eyes. All right, I'm gonna keep on digging. I'm gonna keep on going back. You know, I'm seeing that here's a family red right here. You're going to see the familiar names that relates to the family reds. We know McCoy. We know this one right here, family red, coming off the ship. We don't know nothing about Pretty Boy Floyd, but we know he's Kobe. And we already seen Kobe had a lot of family reds, like, who was that said that? Baltimore Sabo, he made it clear. So if y'all saying that Red Boy, is he part family red? We would have to say yeah. Looking at Blackie. We seen this earlier. These dogs right here, all this right here goes back to the family red. Family red. There's Tramp. Significance. Here's the significance. Why did I start here? Because what I'm showing you guys, these guys wasn't just throwing dogs together and making things happen. This is more of a clear explanation. Clyde Mason had him. Bert Klaus did him. I mean, yeah. Clyde Mason bred him. Bert Klaus did him. Now I'm going to take y'all all the way back up to the front again. Remember all that stuff that I was diving down into. And the reason why I'm doing this, guys, is because I'm trying to teach you it's not about the papers. It's all about what you do with the dog before you start talking about the papers. Remember, all that was Wilder's, which we already know Wilder was part of the family of Reds. When you say his name, you got to, he was known to have the family of Reds. Remember, I'm coming all the way back up. We took our little ride down, now I'm bringing everything back up. There's Geronimo, there's Wilder and Hemphill. Family Red, yes. Family Reds. And I'm sure we can go in some of these dogs here. And some of y'all bloodlines, as you go back far enough, you'll start bumping into a lot of these dogs. So when you wonder why Red Boy was such a game-ass dog, one damn thing, yeah, y'all forgot that part, right? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I forgot to tell y'all we started off with Red Boy when we came back. It's like I was saying, why was Red Boy so game? Why was he such a significant factor in the dogs that come to this day? Even back in my time, when I'm sitting there with Amber. Remember, my dogs, I had a whole yard of red noses. Even when I bred the Mayday, I had a whole yard of red noses. Yeah, Pretty Mama was, I can't say she was poor Red Boy, though. I can't say she was pure Red Boy. But this is who we are. But this is Red Boy right here. And you would have to say, is Red Boy part of that old family red-nosed dogs? I would have to say yes. Is he pure? I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't classify him as an old family red-nosed. But he's part old family red-nosed that I hope y'all would agree with me. I wouldn't put it all on him, he's all pure, because I don't believe he is. We know about Red Boy. We know the things that he's done. We can go through pages on top of pages, but this is Red Boy. All right, I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna hit this guy right here. Red Boy. Marlowe's Whistler. Okay? If y'all ain't familiar, let me help you. Marlowe's Whistler produced a dog named Champion Whistler. Now, I'm going to tell you something about Champion Whistler. He was a 3-time winner, 3-time loser. In every match that he's ever been in, the dog never took a count. Never took a count. Either he gonna beat you with his gameness or he gonna lose and continue being game. You either gonna beat him up and get him picked up, because you sure as hell not gonna stop him. He sure as hell was not going to stop him. The dog was matched 6 times. What would make you match a damn dog 6 times? You win 1, you lose 1, you come back, you win 2, and then you lose 2 more. Gameness. Taking you guys for a walk. We still call them family red based on what I'm looking at. Based on what I'm looking at, we're still playing around with the old family reds. Was there out in there? I would have to say you would have to go over here. Right there. Was there out? Don't look like it. It don't look like it. So we got to call that old family red, right? Gameness. Dog with game as you can get one. All right, I'm going to show you why. I can tell you why. Was you look at old Whistler? What do you see there? Going Hard's champion, Pretty Mama. So we coming to the conclusion. We got Heavy Hannah. Hold on, let me pull it up first so you can see what I'm talking about. This is Going Hard Kennels champion and Pretty Mama. Let's see if I can catch a picture of her here, guys. That's all I'm trying to do here. Maybe I got a chance to have a picture of her. That's her. She ain't got no red nose. She sure as hell ain't red and white like her daddy. But boy, you can count on one damn thing. The dog was built on pure gameness. That's champion Pretty Mama. Can we call her family red? To look at her, y'all would say she's triple Whistler, so she would have to be a family red. But notice, it looks that way, don't it? Can we just call her a red boy dog? I'm asking the chat room. Can we just call this a red boy dog based on what we're seeing right here now? I'm going to give y'all a few seconds for somebody to chime in, and maybe we can get that point up. But from the looks of what we're looking at right now, we already checked on Paro and Havana Tito's hair cutter. So is this a red boy dog? See, this is where the papers, when I went and snatched this dog up, she was 5 years old and she was a house dog. She was a house dog. We messing around. One of his friends got a bitch up there, and I'm asking him why he ain't never done nothing with her. But she'll go in, she'll hit one. And you know why I know she'll hit one? Because when I took little Mayday and the Ace puppies up there to him, and the reason why I came back with her at 5 years old, I seen the bitch go. Now you was bold enough to match Whistler 6 damn times. Bad enough to match Whistler, her daddy, 6 times. Won 3 and lost 3. Never quit. Never quit. So somewhere in there, he was lacking ability. He could probably beat you on gameness, probably the average dog, but he wasn't no game buster because 3 times they had to pick him up. All right? So is he all red boy? Is this an all red boy dog? No, she's not. No, she's not. We know all this stuff here because it's all the same stuff, but right down in here. Right down in there. This is where the ability got added to. This is what made Pretty Mama different than her daddy. All right? This is the difference of what made all that gameness. We got spanked with some ability. Just the eighth of that, added to that old family red, produced that bitch. You see what the back end looking like? Looking from the front end, you wouldn't have never thought you was gonna come back here and see all that back there. Not at all. Remember we was playing around with Zebo when we first started off here? Showing you how Zebo even crept back down into that old family red shit? But it's right there in front of you. Double bred Zebo. Double bred Zebo. Triple bred Zebo. 4 times Zebo. Alligator. Rufus. You see all that in there, right? Stubby Phil's buddy. Grand Champion Art. Champion Candy. This is the backside of it. More Zebo. Times Spider, where we see the Times Spider being bred to Zebo at. And the Going Hard Dog. Grand Champion Ace. Grand Champion Ace. You paying attention? See, after I saw her go, I got a chance to get her papers. Said, man, why is this dog sitting here 5 years old and you ain't done nothing with her? But yet you took her daddy out there and you went crazy with him. Why don't you do that to this bitch? And I saw her and I'm like, man, I'll leave little Mayday. I will leave little Mayday here with you. You let me take this bitch and go match her. If I lose, I lose. I'll bring her back. If I lose, I lose. I won't get her killed. But man, give me a chance to do this bitch. This bitch is bad. I left little Mayday right there. I left little Mayday right there. Man, you not need to let me bring that bitch back, man, with me. I'll leave little Mayday right there, man. I will bring her back and take little Mayday when I'm done. That's how impressed I was with this little grown old ass dog sitting up there doing nothing. But boy, you put one on her ass, and believe me, I was excited. And I talked him in and give me that bitch to take her and let me go take her out. 5 years old, y'all. And you see the back end of that? In relation to what I saw. In relation to what I saw. Remember, I'm already sitting on Grand Champion Ace puppies. I'm already sitting on them. So when I first looked at the pedigree and he had the big sheet, it looked like she was all red boy. Until I got down in the back there in the back a little further and I saw this shit. When I saw this shit here, that's why I wanted her. Because I knew there's no way in the hell she was going to go out there and win 3 and lose 3 on the pickup. Not on what I saw her doing. Paying attention. Thank God I knew how to read papers. So y'all see this, right? So I'm going to take you back up to the front where we started at. And remember, I said breedings that changed the game is our conversation today. Crosses that made a difference in the game. If you understand what I'm saying, this is what we were, and you notice I'm doing it with my own shit. That's all it was. I just gave y'all a trip to the old family reds just to show they can be just as prominent as the Dibo. Don't have to be pure to work. It just got to work. Now I'm going to take y'all back to where we started at. For those who didn't know, Heavy Zebo. Oh, let me go back over here just to make sure y'all didn't miss that. Don't forget old Stubby's Buddy now. That's Grand Champion Stubby's Buddy off of Kingfish. I don't think too many of you guys knew about the Kingfish dog. But you look at it, they got Buddy bred to Tom's Spider. And then they took that right there and they bred that to Zebo, Champion Kate. They bred Zebo to that. All right, let's go there. Let's go to Spider. OM bitch. Time to Spider, old Brindle bitch. Brindle bitch. She produced a champion bred to Grand Champion Art. She produced a champion when she was bred to Grand Champion Zebo. And she produced a champion when she was bred to Grand Champion Buddy. And what do we see in this? What do we get out of this? We talked about these Hetry dogs, the Hetry TNTs and the Kobe's. Y'all want to dive in and see where the Hetry lead us? We did this before, but I'll take you down that path again. I'll take you down that path again in case y'all didn't remember. Old Family Reds. Just wanted to point that out. Just wanted to point that out. Significant breedings to change the game. All right. We're back over here on Time to Spider again. Now, let's go take a peek at our offspring. Points here to be made. You'll see where I'm going with this. You got Steph's Champion Woolly when it was bred to Zebo. It's Champion Woolly. Woolly had a sibling. Champion Miss Woolly. I mean, I'm not champion, just Supernatural Miss Woolly. If I'm correct, Miss Woolly would have been a one-time loser. If I'm correct now, just making sure. But I think I'm correct. Fat Bill will be able to tell me more than that. The thing Fat Bill beat Miss Woolly with 2 eyes. I think Miss Woolly got beat by Fat Bill. Little May brother was Champion Woolly off of Zebo. They bred Zebo, the Tom's Spider. And then they bred Charlie to Miss Woolly. If you don't know that breeding, I'll take you and show you more than that. This is Champion Honey. 4-time winner, Supernatural Champion Honey. 4-time winner. Of a G's brother, bred to Miss Woolly. 4 ROM dogs. 4 ROM dogs. Just in case y'all didn't know, I'll try to make it as quick as possible. Just want to do a quick jump here. I'll show you where I'm at when I do this. Trying to do it as quick as I can. Going hard, red ace. If we were to look at Wrangler, we know Wrangler's going to go back to a heavy, heavy red boy. All right? We can almost say Wrangler was so heavy red boy with 3,043 minutes with Cunningham's cotton. We already trying to say that red boy was old family red. Okay, so we're looking at this pedigree, and this is going hard's red ace's daddy. Amber's daddy. Going hard's Amber's daddy. Wrangler. Look at all that red boy. Red boy, red boy, red boy. Looking like Pretty Mama over there, right? And all that red boy. Except we ain't using red boy, we using Yellow John. Yellow John's still red boy though. But we using Yellow John. This is a red boy dog. But you add that little crunch of spice of Jocko right there at the bottom where you got yellow there. We got Yellow John, heavy bred Yellow John, but then you got to add that yellow in there. See, remember guys, man, I'm looking like, ain't I looking like Hemp Hill and them? Ain't Twin looking like Hemp Hill when he's starting to put them papers together? The strategy? Oh, you'll see it. Hold on. Going hard Amber. Looking at her like she look like Pretty Mama in her damn self, right? Heavy red boy. Why would I have him call him heavy red boy? Because back then, she wasn't no yellow dog. She was a Yellow John dog to me. But in her papers, when I was looking at her papers, she was heavy red boy. She had a little Jocko in her. She had a little Jocko in her coming by way of yellow. And then she had a little bit of Jocko added down here when they bred Jocko to that Chris's pit. That's that bottom. Let me take y'all back where we started at so y'all can understand how I went from way over there to way over here. This is Going Hard Amber. Look on the pedigree, it always had Going Hard Amber. Only dog that we ever put the Going Hard name behind. Offspring. As you can tell, there's a couple of them. War Dogs, Ace. We've been there on this before, right? Grand Champion Ace. There's that breeding again. Miss Woody, the Grand Champion Ace. The Charlie, Grand Champion Ace. Remember, we were just talking about that. Where do we see this shit at over there at the bottom? We seen this shit over there in Pretty Mama. Still more red boy with a lot of Zebo. Now what I do, I got a red boy over here, right, with some Zebo. Said it is a factor, okay, because we're still talking about two different lines of dogs here now. Two different lines. Pretty Mama and Red Ace. Coming off of Grand Champion Ace. We took him and bred to a heavy yellow giant dog. Just like Pretty Mama. Just like Pretty Mama. Just like they did with Pretty Mama. You catching that, fellas? Was it by mistake? Well, the breeding wasn't really by mistake because it was actually trying to breed Amber to Ozzie Stevens. We went down there in Virginia, we couldn't get up with Ozzie, so we started looking and we ran across Super 9 Grand Champion 8, picked up the phone, and that's where we headed. He was not our first choice, but since we was down there, we found him. And this is who she got bred to. It wasn't until after the fact. It wasn't until after the fact that, you know, that I took advantage of how she was bred. All right? So, would it be a surprise that I ran across Pretty Mama after I looked at her and he showed me those papers? After he showed me those papers, she only had three puppies. One died. She had a little mate and she had the brat. And she had a little mate sister. Brat's little mate sister. That was the brindle bitch that died. Took around and breed the Mayday. What was the purpose? My purpose was, I saw Mayday. Wasn't thinking about no damn papers. I saw Mayday. You understand what I'm saying? I saw Mayday. When I saw Mayday, my boy who made these breedings, he saw Mayday right there standing there with me. We was on video. We had video. We don't know where them videos are. Boy, they would be worth some money. We had us a good time up there at Angel's house. I had some footage that would blow your minds, walking up and down the street with Mayday. Big ass. But that's why I bred to him. I didn't breed to him because of the way he was bred. I knew he was off the yellow, but I didn't know that until after I saw him. Again, didn't matter how he was bred. It was what I saw is what I liked. It was just a blessing that he was off the yellow. Okay? Concept. Point I'm making. This is when I came in and started acting like the Klauses, the Wilders, the McCoy, the Bob Wallaces. When I made this breeding right here, we won one in an hour 40 against a one-time winner. And he beat a two-time winner in an hour and 15 minutes. He beat a one-time winner in 40 minutes, and then he came right back on his first time out. The second one, he beat a two-time winner going for his championship in an hour and 15 minutes. Now look at the breeding. See that? I took all that red boy shit. Yeah, I was playing. What did I make this breeding to powder? Yeah, I made that breeding to powder. But look how powder was bred. I took Pretty Mama. There she is down at the bottom. Remember, by paper-wise, remember, I bred powder. I saw Son of Beetlejuice go in the champion Twisted, son off of Mayday. And I was stuck on Beetlejuice after that. Even though Twister won, I was stuck on Beetlejuice after I saw that game ass shit that I saw going against Twister. Okay? Twister had to beat him down. Beat him down. But look how they're bred. Look what I was thinking when I did the breeding of Beetlejuice. I could pick up Beetlejuice's paper and read his papers. Why? Because he was a champion. Let me call Windy City if I can get in. Mr. Lowry, I got a champion down here. You know Stormy Norman? Yeah, I know Stormy. Yeah, how you doing? He doing all right. Mr. Lowry, guess what? I took that house bitch and made that bitch a champion. And I want to be the Beetlejuice. Boy, come on up. Paid him the stuff fee. By the time he got done reading the papers, he gave him a stuff fee back. Okay? By the time he read that bitch's papers, he gave me the paper. He gave me my money back. Family Red. Oh, bunch of Family Reds. You add some Jeep to that shit, we still got the Finley's Boat stuff. We got the older stuff. I mean, the way, when I made that breeding because of the dogs that I liked. The dogs that I liked. It wasn't about matching up papers, guys. The papers didn't even fucking matter until I made a decision on what I saw out of her and how would I breed her. That's powder. That's the mama. Offspring. One thing she did, she threw a goddamn bunch of biting dogs, that's for sure. I'm keeping it real with you. She didn't have 4 puppies. She didn't have 4 puppies. There's Pyro. Excuse me, guys, it's my bus. Pyro, a one-time winner. Roger Randall turned out to be a one-time winner. I mean, a 2-time winner, 2-time loser. Both times I had to pick him up. And then we had 10-4. These were litter mates. Now, guys, if you notice these breedings, we got a whole bunch of Zebo in these dogs. If you notice that, a whole bunch of Zebo, whole bunch of Red Boy. Now we didn't add a Jeep to the equation. All right? Breedings that made impacts to the dog game is what I'm talking about. I was able to plug in and do what they were doing. Again, what do you see here? Took an all-whim line, working line, Whole lot of ROMs in this line, all up in here. And I bred to that 5-year-old bitch that went out there and won 2 best in shows, 2 gamers in shows, the Beetlejuice. I feel like I'm Bert Klaus, JP Kobe. I'm feeling like them. What was my frame of mind? What was I thinking? I'm thinking like them. Except I'm doing it with better records than them because now we have recorded breedings of these winners. Recorded registered mares on record. And if you look at this dog and the way these dogs are bred, you would say they was three-quarter red boy, maybe 75% red boy by looking at it from what we looking at right here. If I was to put these papers up right there, y'all would call her a red boy Jeep dog. And she would not be. She would be a red boy honey bunch. You understand what I'm saying? Red boy honey bunch. Bully son. If you get what I'm saying? Point to be made. Offspring, y'all see him? I showed you what it was. The other pup, Roger Ramjet. Now the point that I'm trying to make in this breeding here, now look at their breeding. Like I said, I'm feeling like Bert Klaus and Mr. JP Kobe. I'm doing this shit on my yard. No, I got a good dog in Buck Rogers. Powder, when I bred Powder to the Beetlejuice shit, it wasn't but one of them. She wasn't no game buster, but guess what? She wasn't Pretty Mama and she wasn't Beetlejuice. But one damn thing that dog had in her. One thing she had in her. She had all the right shit, and she acted like she had all the right shit. Maybe lacked in the ability, but don't worry about it. I got a motherfucker that I'm gonna put some ability to that. When I bred her to that Buck Rogers dog. And we already know how he's bred. We know how he bred. We didn't talk about this stuff. I took that red boy stuff and I put all that shit together, fellas. Put all that stuff together. That's why my lines were working. I wasn't grabbing papers until I got dog results. Dog results, I can grab them papers and put something together with the results. I didn't go paper looking and did this shit. I went and did some work. Proved that I remember Game Changer was this right here. That right there in itself was a game changer because I was the first one to do it. That right there was the game changer when I took that right there and bred to this shit right here. And that ain't no Mayday nowhere up in here. You notice, he's back here. Yeah, I called the up war. I called the up war when I bred to this dog right here, my dog. Produced 6 badass puppies. I'll be talking shit about that Angels Apache shit. And I go to Bruiser. What made me stay in touch with Competition Kennels? This is what made me stay in competition with Competition Kennels. This breeding right here. Remember, guys, I'm Yellow John. And I'm more and more getting liking other stuff. That right there. You see that? That's what drew my attention to breeding Little Buck, the sassy girl. That right there. That sassy otter is what drew my attention. You see Jackson's Hook of Red? Look at that chocolate dog. By way of bruises. Remember, we've been here before. More Jeep stuff. Look at what I'm doing now, guys. Why are me in competition kennels talking? Why did he get a hold of me? Why did he want to talk to me? Why did we become good friends? Because he had that champion Romeo. And that champion Romeo had that yellow and that buck. Had something that drew my attention to him. But made me reach out to him. Remember, Tramp was down there where we at, in Ohio with us. I know what Tramp was. That's why I liked him, Romeo. That's why we started communicating. And by the time I got done communicating with him, this is the game changer for him. But he made this move. Don't worry, fellas. I'm gonna get there. There go nigga your boy, Mike. Okay, where's she at? Okay, we'll go to Solo Kennels.
Yeah.
Romeo Buck. Maybe.
You up there?
Did I? Romeo Buck? Where? I see Snicker. I don't see him. See you later, Romeo. Well, we go click on him and just pull up his sibling. Just to show you there's something that works. Same thing as Little Buck bred right here. This is Little Buck. By the time I made that Mayday breeding, the noise was already going on. Evolution had got acquired Sir Kel, and I told him that they had a female over there bred just like Little Buck. He reached out to him and was able to breed his champion, Romeo, to Sir Kel. Another game changer coming through by way of communication networking. We're going hard. Did it work? We know it worked. This is just part of some of the results. This is champion, Solo Kennels champion Joe, Engine Joe. I know he had a little mate, I know Snickers, but the dog that I'm trying to find is right here. We got Best in Show, we got Mr. Romeo. See these dogs? Romeo is Mr. Romeo. You got a one-time winner, Miss Sir Kel. You got the great comedian Mayhem all over South Carolina. Remember, this still is a Stone City breeding. This dog right here. Bred into Sarah Kell. Dog was actually put together by my friendship with this guy here, leading him down to this dog here because he was so impressed with Little Buck. Remember where I was now. I'm going to let you guys look at this over here before I go floating back. When I said, lines. This is what our show's about. Were we just grabbing papers, putting papers together? Hell no. We know Sir Kell was cold. There was a communication between us when this breeding was made. I was already a talk around when I made the Little Buck breeding to Stone City, and everybody started screaming and hollering. I don't think he would have ever been able to make this breeding if he had some Mayday in him. They'd have been like, y'all taking it too far now. Probably would have never made that breeding because during that time, this is how he got in. Right there. If that connection was right there, it was made through me. All because, let me go back to where we started at. There's my Apache dog. That's what put us in touch with each other. Because me and my breeding is the Bruiser. This is the dog that I bred Little Mayday to. Brat's little mate brother. I literally went out and sought this bitch and took me a year to get her, but I finally got her. And when I got her, I had a chance to breed her. The Little Mayday. For those who don't know who Little Mayday is, again, Little Mayday is Brat's little mate brother. He's the dog that broke Brat's leg as a puppy.
He's the one that got stolen from Storm and Norman. No.
He's the one that Storm and Norman, after I got done with Pretty Mama, I go back to get her. He disappears off the chain when my boy goes to pick her up. Footprints all in the snow, fresh footprints. Like he took the dog off the chain by it, so my boy got there. He wanted to make it like somebody got there and took the dog. But Little Mayday was the father of this cross. And out of that breeding right there, guys, this breeding right here, two puppies. Her, you see her color? Well, her little mate brother, this dog right here was a chocolate dog. He was chocolate, and he was cold. He was cold. A cold dog. That's why I got rid of him. That's girl was not cold, but he was cold. I'm going to show you what this cold dog did. Show you a couple ways what this cold dog produced. As you see, ain't but one dog there, and it's Hershey. She's a chocolate dog. We've been through all this already. We've seen all these breedings. Guy bought 2 cold dogs from me. He bought both of these dogs. I got rid of both of these dogs because I was getting ready to put them down and he wanted to go ahead and take them. I said, man, don't do that, man. Let me have them. Let me have them. You'll buy them. You'll buy them. That's the only way they was over there. I wasn't going to give them away. Not when I'm going to put them down. No, he bought them. And he took them and bred them together. That really made me sick. It did. It made me sick on the stomach. Thank God he only had one puppy. I think she might have had more than one. I think a lot of them died. Some of them died or something, but I know. What I'm pointing out here to you guys right now, that these were two cold dogs. And the only reason I didn't want them, because they was cold. I won two with him. He's the one that lost to Lock and Load from Crossroad. Was he bred good? Yeah, he was bred good. He was bred enough, good enough to win too. He won two. You know, I always liked the wild side stuff because it had the Jeep stuff that I thought, and he had all the right stuff that I thought I could put in with my dog to make it work. Now, I think I might have got better results, me personally, if he had did a better job with Lock and Load. But I wasn't going to breed the dog. I wasn't going to breed him until he won the second one. After he won the second one, then I matched him in the Lock and Load, and he, you know, he got killed. Basically, when Lock and Load hit him in the chest, he was a goner anyway. It didn't last long after the show. I just, you know, speeded the process because he was already, he was hurt. Again, dogs that were on my yard. Sold her. I sold this dog right here full of puppies, y'all. I sold the puppies and all. Got rid of her and him. All right? I took that dog and started breeding that shit. See that, right? Hershey. Hardquist bred to Nico Jr. Same old line. Damn near basically the same old cross. More chocolate dogs. 2 champions and 1 two-time winner. We're bred to Nico. Basically, same old shit that you see me do with the going hard shit when I bred the Mayday shit into the Stone City shit. Same thing. Look at the results. 2 champions and a 2-time winner. You see the chocolate shit. Chocolate shit was coming by way of him. He was chocolate as hell. But we've seen these. These are the points that I'm making. They took the foundation that what I started doing when I bred that little bug dog into these dogs. It was something in the blood, just like the old family shit. I'm just keeping it real. Because we are looking at results. That's what we're talking about, results. They was looking at papers. I was no way in the hell I was looking at them because I got rid of them. Keep in mind. Another dog out of that breed. We know this line, now you guys might not be familiar who Sonny is, but Sonny's off of May 2. And don't say going hard's May 2. But you see who the breeder is. What litter is that? Mayday's first champion being bred back into Mayday. That's May 2. When I got out in 2004, I sold May 2 to my boy, and my boy ended up selling it to one of my young, I would have to say proteges. And this is his breeding, not mine, his. He took May 2 and bred to that cold bitch. And that cold bitch produced producers. Hershey, she produced the POR, right? I don't think it was POR, but she produced a dog to produce winners. Bred the May 2, she produced this black bitch. And again, we got Smoke and all these other dogs, but she was able to produce her winner. "2013 Dog of the Year." How's it bred? It took the shit and took it right back into the yellow stuff. All that Jeep, the concept, the lines of the dogs is what I'm speaking on about, breeding lines that made impacts. This is what they're doing sitting on the yard. They're sitting on the yard. So you got two cold dogs down here. Right there. You bring it back into that line, same line. It didn't even motherfucking matter. Because they were still producing match dogs. And I'm pretty sure JP, Kobe, Mr. Klaus, and all of them ran into these situations, guys. That's one of the other points that I'm trying to make. What was the frame of mind for them when they bred May 2 to Hershey? Knowing Hershey was coming off of a cold litter and she was cold her damn self. But one damn thing they knew for damn sure. Fatty Girl bred the May 2 was a good breed. It was so damn good they bred May 2 back to GG. And then they took that dog and turned around and bred that shit back into Brat's Little May Brothers pups. Line, breeding. I can understand these conversations that we had. That moves, you know, these were still calculated moves. Look what he do. He take that shit and took Black Girl and went and bred. They call it Mayday Girl, but Black's Mayday Girl. That's what she. I'm calling her name wrong, but they took that and they bred it right back into that AAA stuff, which we all know was heavy yellow. Went back into the old way of just like we did when I got Amber. Now you gotta keep in mind, Gameville Nate was a protege, and he knew these papers. He learned those papers. He learned how to match dogs. So when he made that breeding right there, he knew exactly what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing, and he got good results. That wasn't the only dog that we bred May 2 to. Remember, May 2 had bred the baby. We had What a Day. You know what I'm saying? He also had champion Jackson 38 Special. That's a son off of May 2, another champion. So it's not like he didn't have champion in his dick, because he did, because he was producing them. Okay? A line of dogs that were able to produce match dogs. We are the only ones that can take match dogs and win with them and make them champions. It doesn't mean anything if these breedings didn't come up with something. We wouldn't be discussing this shit. And the reason why I took you all the way back to the old family reds just to show you. It came all the way back up. Their way of breeding and their concept of breeding and the way they were doing things was about a basic type of formula. And they wasn't breeding papers to papers. They was breeding dogs to dogs. They're not really doing much different with the Red Boy Jeep dogs that they have now. They're adding Rascal. I mean, to me personally, you know, I can say that when we bred, let me go. When they say Rascal, and you look at Miss Nico, let me take you over here to this one here. I'm going over here to baby, and the reason why I'm going over to baby, because I'm going after this chick right here. Her. Champion Miss Nico. Factor. Yeah, we had Red Boy G. Red Boy G. You see it? Red Boy Jeep Rascal right there. Red Boy Jeep Rascal and Buck. You see that, fellas? That's a champion. That's Miss Nico. Mind frame. Jesse made his. Don't City made these breedings. All I did is bought the pup. That's all I did with him. And what I did with him caused a whole lot of problems in the dog game just because that dog had this in him. That's it. He didn't have nothing else. But just because I took this dog right here and bred to a dog that had him in it, caused the big ruckus. But in the midst of all that ruckus, not only was I able to change the game by doing it, because I had everybody looking at me at first in dismay. But once those puppies hit the ground, the great breeding of Mayday to the Blondies was related to this shit right here. The breeding to this bitch here, this shit here being bred back into the Mayday stuff. Because he took his Bruiser dog, his Romeo dog, and took him bred to that Stone City stuff, thinking of the same concept of what Twin was doing, or what Twin did. And we talked about it. And when he bred to Sarah Kell, he got the results that everybody was talking about when the word got around about them 6 puppies. You wouldn't have had a champion Remel buck for damn sure. And you wouldn't be sitting around here with all this macho buck shit for damn sure. So I felt like I'm JP Kobe. I'm a Hemp Hill. I'm a Wilder. And I can tell you my frame of mind, knowing I know what their frame of mind was if they were thinking like me, because I'm thinking like them. Except I have more room because I got results. I got results of being able to look and see who's the champion. Maybe they didn't have that kind of paperwork out there or pads online back then. But I can guarantee you a lot of those dogs back there, guys, a lot of those dogs would have had colors just like this shit if they were keeping records. Because it didn't take no records for me to understand the breedings that produced the dogs that I saw. Taught me in a way that I picked up a formula. I picked up a concept of what they were doing to get matched dogs. And when I grab a paper and I want to pull a paper out on a dog and look at it, because this dog is showing me something, like I looked at Little Buck, right there, him, raised him as a puppy, from a puppy. Put him down a couple times, and mind set. Told Stone City when I did it. I didn't tell him before I did it. I told him when I did it. First thing came out of his mouth, man, why you do that? Man, if I knew you was gonna do that, I would have never sold you the dog. Oh, it caused a ruckus. All because he had Mayday in him. But it changed the game in many aspects. If you look at the breeding, and you look at what I did, and then you go back and remember what we did in the very beginning when I took you down to the old family red noses. And knowing that these old family red noses got a lot to do with every single dog on that pedigree when it comes down to red boy. Especially when my whole damn yard is red nose. Even out of these puppies, the whole litter but one was red and red nose. Chocolate. In this litter here, there was all red nose. Catching my point, fellas. Did it carry on? Can't say. I'm just telling you the things what was my frame of mind. So when I look back and tell you my frame of mind was looks like Mr. Hemphill, the Hetch's 10Ts, the Wilders, the Maximilians. It was all in everybody's pedigree back then. Once I learned how to read a pedigree, I was all over the place. I was feeding myself. I was feeding myself, guys. Remember, I'm not a breeder. But I had to think like a breeder if I wanted to continue playing. That's why I can sit there and tell you guys that, put the papers away. Put the papers away. Go out there and check your whole yard the way you're supposed to check your yard. And then I guarantee you, when you come back in the house and grab those papers, you're going to be throwing a couple of them to the side. Because I wasn't just just making these breedings and shit was just pumping up. The only reason you're hearing about these breedings that I'm making right now, talking about right now, because it's something relevant came out of it. You don't hear me talking about nothing of them other breedings that nothing relevant happened out of it. So there was nothing to talk about. Nothing. My concept of where I was thinking to stay in the game, the way I wanted to stay in the game, I had already made my mind up. My mind was set on one thing. I'm taking the number 1, 2, 3 in the ROM list of the males, then some of the 4, then I'm going to the 1, 2 top bitches in the goddamn ROM list, and I stuck with that, fellas, and I stayed with that chemistry. I stayed with that chemistry because, like I said, the sports guys must have been good to me because they was dropping it right there in my lap and giving me all the material to work from to figure it out. I was able to figure I had the golden grail to being able to look at papers and probably was looking at what, the Mr. Hetrick, Mr. Tudor, you know what I'm saying? Mr. Boudreaux, it's like it all just come right out there and looked at me dead in the face and this is what I gotta do. Prentice Carr says all those battle crosses could stand on their own. And you're right. That should be noted. No cross needed. The other cross to be great. It said no cross needed. The other cross to be great. It didn't. But when you mix it up, boom. And he's right. He's right. Exactly what they did with the old family stuff. They did it with the Jeep, like I did. Where did I learn it from? I'm sitting there with a 3-legged Jeep daughter in the yard. So I'm already a Jeep fan. You notice every damn dog that you look into a going hard yard, damn it, outside of Pretty Mama, and she was already set up. Because she didn't do nothing but going to a Jeep dog. Don't forget, I took Pretty Mama bred to Beetlejuice for that reason too. All right? Knowing the background of what I had on my pedigree with all that zebra stuff, you think my mind wasn't set on hoping that one of them 6 puppies will be able to breed to this bitch one day? That was the key. And you're right, Mr. Prentice Card, thank you. If you understand what I'm saying. So it was like all showed up so clearly. And not only did I didn't just step away from it, fellas, I stuck to that. It was the going hard strand. I mean, that's what I called it because I'm the one doing it. That's what I called it. Okay, we got another one. One Crew Kennels and fam. He said it worked because there wasn't any going backwards from Ace to Wrangler to Mayday to Yellowbuck. And you were right. You're right. It wasn't no going back. And when you and the thing about it is, when you say that, bruh, when I looked at it and when I was doing it, I was never looking, it wasn't nothing to look backwards to. You know, remember when Jesse lost Yellowbuck, I got the phone call. So I must have been relevant in his mind that, you know, shortly after things happened, I got a phone call from my friend to tell me the demise of what happened to Yellowbuck. You think I wouldn't have been back there breeding the Yellowbuck? You think I wouldn't have had a whole yard of Yellowbuck and Mayday dogs if Yellowbuck was still alive? And I got one of my best friends, you know, who took care of me and hooked me up. And how can you not be a best friend when you're looking after a person like he was looking out for me? Got me the equipment to make me a better dog man. Took me around when I got to Florida and treated me like a brother, just like he treated me up there in Puerto Rico, him and Tony. The relationship that I had with these dog men, man, was the key to giving me a chance to look into the inner makings and understanding their way of thinking. Deep South, same way, love them. Hardcore Kennels, love them. Man drove all the way down from South Carolina all the way back down there, down near to Jacksonville, and picked me up and knowing he had a show that night. And then drove me all the way back to Tampa. Mad at me because the panty situation, but on my end of the stick, I would apologize because it wasn't meant. But look, I love these guys. I love them just as much as I love McNasty and Abrahams and all my friends from New York to Detroit to Ohio, all the way to Florida. When it comes to a dog man loving some people, I love every single one of them guys because every single one of them guys, man, went on. I could not pay them back. I ain't got nothing to pay them back for the information and the love they gave to me, even though they might have just been a regular dog man. You know what I mean? But, you know, and compared to them, we are regular dog men. To me, they were greats. You know, so for them to even have me around, and, you know, and they ain't black. They ain't black. We're talking about some Puerto Ricans and Cubans. Mike was Cuban, I think, and Jesse Puerto Rican. Prior to that, everybody else up north, they was all black. Mr. Lowry wasn't. But everybody else, from Victor Jesse, Angel, Big Mike. Hey, if the black folks can take me, the Puerto Ricans can take me, and look what they built. All in them being, you call that I call it networking. What else can you call it? I call it blessed by the sports gods, to be honest. You know what I mean? I call it being, the sports gods. Going over here to Twisted Nico. Cannot forget my boys Deep South. Deep South, they was some more cats. It took me, man, and through the Lucan, the Twisted, and the Peanut, and I mean the Bam Bams. Again, all serious dog men. Still, Twin out here doing moves with these guys. Because these guys are giving me the opportunities to do it. I'm not picking up no phone calls, shooting the shit with them, and then asking to breed to their shit, and then after it's done, it's over with. No, every one of these guys I had a relationship with. Every one of them. Look at the breeding with Twisted Nico. Why did those dogs become smashers? And it wasn't but two of them. Again, guys, I'm a Roy man, so outcomes like this, you gotta understand. Maybe it was having effects. I'm still getting dogs though. But when I was able to breed Twisted to that Naya dog, man, and the only way I got to that Naya dog, if it don't be for hardcore and hell on earth, I would have never met time for ProSet. Going through my network, reading the Champion CD, Cock Diesel, meeting hell on earth, being friends with him by way of coming through Millbuster, the introduction now I got from Millbuster to hell on earth to breeding the CD all the way down to hooking up with ProSet, watching him knock off Fat Bill's Grand Champion Chi with May, all in my area, it's a Mayday dog. Just like Brett. So you think I'm not standing there proud of that shit? Yes, I am. And I was bought into the fam. You see it, hardcore, that all the people I knew. A whole pedigree of that shit. Producing winners. Producing winners. And they had all the right shit that I liked. I said, top 3, Jeep, Yellow, Buck, top females, Honey Buns, Awesome Baby. That was my frame of mind. I started gravitating from the old thinking of the Red Boy, the Yellow John. Now I'm doing Yellow. Now I'm doing Mayday. But the whole time, look how I'm looking at the 5 dogs that I said that I wanted to incorporate into a line of dogs that I know that I would be able to continue doing what I love to do. And when you can get down into a bloodline or a pedigree, and you can get down to them points right there, I took them 5 dogs and I made something work with them 5 dogs. My mindset. Maybe I did have the sports guys on my side that really lined me up and was able to line this, sports guys. Did they open up my eyes to see a pedigree from how them old man was doing it, where I literally sucked into them pedigrees so damn much that it became part of me? Because I knew one thing for damn sure. If they was breeding bums back then, bums, trash, and was doing this shit by just papers alone, ain't no way in the hell I would have the dogs that I was getting, because I never bred by papers. But I can tell you I done had some pretty pedigrees with bred to Walk-em-All, to CD, to Jake the Snake, Luke Kane. You know what I mean? If I was just breeding, you know, papers, you know what I'm saying? I still been breeding them dogs that I'm talking about right now that you don't see nothing off of those dogs in Going Hard Pedigree outside the fact that I made the breedings, but nothing else. No offsprings, no nothing. So there was definitely a stopping point. There were twin, regardless of how that shit was bred. I didn't take that good shit and bring it back out here and try to fix it up and mix it up with this shit here that was working for me. That's for damn sure. Yeah, I bred the champion CD. Sure did. GR.CH, Dead Shit came up here. He came up here and bought it. He bought a bitch right off of CD and Sassy. She was a puppy. She grew up, had some pretty good dogs. He tried to take a look at her. She quit in 40 minutes. So much for her. She gone. But I heard that she had produced some great dogs. But he had already made those breedings. And when he made that breeding, she did that, he got rid of everything. I say he got rid of everything, he got rid of everything. I would have did the same damn thing too. But in the end, you know, he definitely said, hey man, guys were very happy with those puppies. They didn't do what their mama did, you know, all you need is one or two. I don't need a whole damn little great ones. Just give me one or two and give me something to build on. You know, I never was a person going out here looking for a whole litters of monsters. All I wanted was something I could take up, raise, and do. That's all. I didn't get no bigger than that, and that's all I wanted. Give me some shit that I can go out here and somebody open their mouth. I don't care who it is. I want to be competitive with them. And the only way you can do that is you have to understand that there's people already in that kind of level. And I got up with the people who was in that kind of level to help teach me how to get to that level. See what it was working for them. And me being able to look and understand from my learning of these papers. Don't grab your papers and try to put it together. Grab the dog, make sure you got the right dog, then go grab the papers and start putting shit together. Because it carries on. Remember, I was able to carry a couple Going Hard dogs. Dogs that I never even spoke of. I always tell guys, did we ever do the bucko thing, Mike? We didn't ever do the bucko thing, did we? Yeah, I just wanted to bring up a point of why we own that. There was an old man out here. Just because I'm on that. I just had to go here and just do this. Because I never talk about this dog. Well, there was an old man that bought a dog from me. He came up and got this dog. He took that dog home with him. And let me see if I can pull him. I'm trying to pull him up, fellas. Just give me a minute. But he took that dog home. And the only way I ever heard from this guy again, every once in a while he would call me and tell me how much he loved his dog. You know, he was stingy with it too. You know, he said he didn't want everybody breeding to his dog. He didn't want nobody just breeding to his dog. He wanted to have special breeding. Okay, this dog right here. Now looking at this pedigree, guys. Who is this guy? Looking at this pedigree, guys. Who is this? Who is this dog? A lot of people don't know who this. They don't even know who this dog is. But somebody out there in the chat room, please tell me, y'all know who this dog. Who is the litter mate to this dog?
Anybody in the chat answer this? Look at the breed.
Is it a Going Hard dog? Do we know? And if it is, who is he? The reason why I'm asking, because a lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know. I actually had somebody send me this pedigree and ask me who this dog was. He had a dog off of this dog right here. It was bad as hell. So I got a dog that was bred like that, like your dogs. I want to know who this dog was. Y'all don't know. Well, let's talk. See, I guess you're looking at the. What's hard to understand when these are little Mayday off of Mayday and Red Ace. I don't know who Red Ace is. It ain't got going hard on it. Y'all don't know who little Mayday is? Because they ain't got going hard on it. You see Yellow O'Brien's Yellow Apache. I don't know who Yellow Apache is because it doesn't have going hard on it. Y'all don't know who Sassy Girl 2 is. Who Sassy Girl is because it doesn't have going hard. Bayless is Little Buck. That's Bayless is Little Buck. Off of Yellow Buck and Miss Nico. Yet they never knew who going hard was to even call this dog a going hard dog. They just called him Jefferson's Bucko. And he's in a lot of pedigrees. They did some breedings with him. Man loved his dog. He loved this dog. Dog game as hell all outdoors. I sold it to him as a game dog. Told him, man, look, you can go home and put this dog down. You try the game, test him, and you're kidding, that's your fault. But one damn thing for sure, you can best believe he will not let you down. He will come out that corner all day long, and if it kills him. I already had a little mate brother was already a match dog. Why? I didn't need him. I had a damn dog that was already a great dog. I had a female. It was just like that. This dog right here is a going hard dog. Most of you guys don't know my last name is Bayless. This man put this pedigree online based on what his registration papers told him. All he did was put down what he got out of some registration papers. You see her? There's going hard Amber right there. The only dog I said on pedigree, on the pedigree, on her papers is the only dog that had going hard on it. Grand Champion Ace, Larry Combs AC. That's Grand Champion Ace. Going hard's Red Ace. Doesn't say going hard Red Ace. You understand what I'm saying, people? Bayless is going hard. So when the guy asked me, well, who is this dog? I told him, I said, all that is a pedigree registration that somebody copied on Pez Online. They had no idea who Bayless was. They had no idea this was a going hard dog. At all. None. Yet this dog is still, everything you're going to see from this point is going to be based on this guy having no idea that these are going hard dogs. Yet he's breeding the hell out of this Bucko dog. Why do you think he's breeding this dog like this? Look at him. Look what he's doing. Old Mr. Jefferson was an old man who loved his dog so much that he sat back and he did his breeding and pedigree. Look how he did this breeding down here. He was catching on. He was following a lead. He was following me, literally. You just couldn't walk up there. Everybody wanted to breed to him. Everybody didn't really get a chance to breed to him. This dog was a private dog to this man and this man only. And he must have been something for this man to make the breedings that he made with him. Like I said, you don't know who this dog's offspring littermates are? You do know. It's just because they don't have going hard on it, it's not familiar. When it comes to siblings, you don't see nothing on him. So guys, people didn't really figure out that this dog, well, let me go back to Louisiana. Let's go dab down into her. One-time winner. As you can see, there was breeding dogs off of this dog. You understand what I'm saying, fellas? This dog is, just gonna go back in and just show you the littermate to this dog. And I mean, this is in 2020. Did they put that dog Pedigree out there, right? And nobody ever even came together. I told you I had a guy sent me that Pedigree and asked me, did I know who Bayless was? Did I know who Buckle was? Because I didn't put Bayless on there. That dog is the same dog as this dog here. Y'all see it? It doesn't say O'Brien's yellow patch, it says Going Hard's a patch. It doesn't say Sassy Girl, it says Going Hard Sassy Girl. You see what I'm saying, fellas? And the littermate to that Bucko dog is that dog right there. Bucko was her littermate brother. Yes, they were producers. And the only reason I brought that point up, because, fellas, you get a chance to go into that Bucko thing, go in there and start clicking on those buttons and watch what this Bucko dog produced. And at one time, there were all these guys who was buying these dogs from this guy, because he wasn't selling a lot of them, but he made a lot of breedings, and Bucko died of an old age, just like Bebe died of old age. But Rogers died early, maybe from a snake bite. One minute he was doing fine on the chain, and then we had some visitors, and when the visitors left, I go back out there, Buck Rogers is dead. Don't know what he died from. You know, they said it was I seen a wounds on him that looked like it might have been a snake, but what kind of fucking snake was that on my yard that killed him? I can't tell you. But that littermate was that dog right there. So for people who don't know who Going Hard is, you run across the Pedigree that got Bayless on it, it's a Going Hard dog. Just imagine all those years, and it took a guy to come to me and say, man, who is this dog? He's bred like your dog. But he never put the two and two together that Bayless and Going Hard was the same kennel. Never put it together. And up to that dog dying, the man was in love with this dog named Bucko. And he was a red-nosed brindle dog. Like Yellow Buck, but he was a little darker red. More like Red Ace, who she was a red brindle dog. I would have to say 90% of my yard was all red nose. I did more than that. I had a lot of red-nosed dogs. All these dogs were red-nosed. Because we had such a strong line of that old family stuff, that genetic stuff in them, so strong that it was able to continue down the line. And a lot of those went with it because I was able to do a lot with this shit myself. And I'm thinking like this. You know, I'm telling you guys, when I walk into my backyard and I had a yard full of dogs, before I ever grabbed those papers, I made sure that the dog that I had to go in there and pull them papers out and go through there and hunt them papers down on this particular dog was worth me going in there wasting the time to go pull that drawer out to go get it. Usually when I pour that drawer out, I'm getting rid of papers because I'm checking dogs. Every once in a while I get some papers I can sit out there on the desk and pull out and look at them and start reading them and seeing which way I'm going to go with this. And it's a point that I'm trying to make with you guys, that look at your yard. Remember, this is you. Don't go riding on what was in the back. Bring what's in the back and put it on your yard, and you start from there. Here, too many of you guys got dogs on your yard, yet you still bragging about your dog's bloodline and what they did in the back. What is your shit doing? There's no way we can keep this bloodline straight unless you're doing the proper shit with that bloodline. It can be an old family red way back to now. If it ain't worth a damn, well, why are you telling me about it? It's not something that I want to, just because he's an old family red, no, don't mean that I would want him to breed into my line and he ain't doing shit. The old family red didn't work out that way. The old family red that we can sit back and talk about to this day made major impact to the game. Major impact. You have to have the same mindset that these old Irish guys back then, when dog fighting was illegal, that they could do whatever they want and go through a lot of dogs, from Maurice Carver to Bert Klaus to Mahoney. I mean, we just so many of them, but they were dog men, real dog men who had the free to check dogs. They checked it, and they checked them hard. That's why our line of bulldog to this day is so, it might be diminishing, but one damn thing for damn sure. There was a time when it peaked at a point where all these great breedings, man, was out there to be tested, was out there to be graded. You know, people don't have to say that, you know, a lot of people don't like Mayday because Mayday is famous. Okay, I liked it Mayday. It wasn't because Mayday was famous. I liked it Mayday because this shit worked for me. And thank God I saw what he looked like, and I made it a point to breed to him. I liked what I saw. So when I sat there and diagnosed his papers, it was definitely something to go after. Not just me. Remember, I had a partner, not just my twin. There's another partner to Going Hard Kennels. And because of that partner is why I'm in this position, sitting in this chair. Really. Because a lot of these dogs was based on me and him and our concept and back and forth on how we breed. And it's still like that to this day. You know what I mean? And this is the point that I'm trying to make to you guys. We can go back, far back, and we can talk about all these dogs, but until you have it on your yard, and what are you doing with it? It's good to throw a pedigree up and make it look good. Yeah, it looks good, but what the hell is it doing? Is it relevant for you to even put it on the screen? Remember, I'm only putting shit that was relevant. Relevant to me. And what was my mindset set on when I did these things? What are y'all mindsets when y'all walk out there and feed your dogs? Knowing how your dogs are bred. It's a difference when you got a man that's going out there that's got one-time winner on this end, got a two-time winner down there on that end. You know what I mean? Got a champion down there on that end of the yard. See, there's a mindset when he walked down through his yard. He might not have a bunch of winners, but he got enough winners that he can walk down on his yard to know that them little spots that got them winners one time and champion on it. He did. It's up to him to take that line that he was able to produce and win with and make something of it to make it relevant for you guys later in the years to come. Remember, I didn't have a whole bunch of going hard dogs spread all over the country, all overseas and shit. And probably the real going hard dogs that's really still left out there is still, to me, I can't knock the Bucko line because the Bucko line is still down there. And there's guys out there to this day that's got a yard full of Bucko dogs that they don't know it's a going hard dog. They call them Bucko dogs. Bucko dog is a going hard dog. Why? Because they don't know who the hell Bayless was. They ain't running around calling him no Bayless dog. They giving all that credit to Mr. Jefferson. Mr. Jefferson's Bucko dog is what they call him, Mr. Jefferson's Bucko dog. Never once did they even consider the fact that he was a going hard dog. So in these conversations that we went over today, fellas, and you heard me talking about strains, remember we can do this with the Bull strain, we can do this with the Eli strain, we can do this with the Jeep strain. Remember, there's a line of dogs that come from back there up here. It is our responsibility as dogs, man, to check these things and make them relevant. If we're just taking them and breeding papers to papers, like I see a lot of you guys all on Facebook, always flashing your nice, pretty dogs with the paperwork all on there. Maybe y'all, you know, some of these dogs are winners. We don't know. But if we don't know, you know, sure ain't gonna get no big parade of guys wanting to breed to them if you get anything like me, because you know there's no progress in that dog to me. The dog looks good, he's bred good, but it's really still not relevant to me if he ain't done shit. See, that's the thing, guys. You got to start being relevant, and you got to be relevant to your own self. You have to be relevant to yourself. Are you being honest to yourself that you really seeing what you're seeing? Or you hoping you seeing what you're seeing with a little lie there that you ain't seeing it for a fact yet? Fact check your shit and be real to yourself. This is how you carry a bloodline that's going to carry you into the future, where they can probably sit there and say your name as a bloodline. If y'all understand what I'm saying tonight, man, if you like what I'm saying, you know, I started off going this direction, and then I came back just to bring y'all back into my own seat, because I wanted to lead back to y'all, to me, because this has a lot to do with what the fuck I did. You know, I can explain it better to y'all, tell you more about what I did. I just tell you, I go in there and use the frame of mind that they were doing. You know, I look back far enough into my papers and did funny things and thought about things that I'm trying to explain to y'all in a more, you know, by opening up the papers and showing you guys that way back then, how I was able to look back then and pick up something I seen them back there doing. And I had no idea about the dogs that they were breeding, but they had to be something if dog fighting was legal, and they was constantly fighting dogs. So I'm looking at these dogs like, these dogs may have titles. These might be some great dogs, because look how many times they done bred this shit. So this shit had to be relevant to Mr. J.P. Kobe. It had to be relevant to Mr. Leitner, Mr. Wilder, Mr. Wallace. Or if that wasn't, these dogs weren't relevant, we wouldn't have a fucking Red Boy. If J.P. Kobe wasn't looking at these dogs like, we wouldn't have no Finley's Bow to produce Jeep. If Mr. Boudreaux wasn't doing his thing with all his crosses and breedings like they did Diabo and all this stuff, and they wasn't really set on what was relevant, why would they breed these dogs so many times? They had to see something. They wasn't just trying to breed pretty pedigrees. Dog fighting was legal. It ain't legal now, so we don't have that time. We don't have that kind of space to just constantly roll in and roll out dogs like a factory. Now we got to start paying a little bit more attention. And that's what we're falling off at, because we don't have that network. Y'all keep on depending on these old kennels. These old kennels is drying out because they're more on money things now than the actual bulldogging. Because it's like, well, it's safe to sit at home and make money, being that they didn't already built the name off of the work they didn't already put into their yard. And this is what y'all are getting, the trash. Thumbs up? Can I get some thumbs up? This is not probably one of my greatest shows, but it was one of my important shows coming off the show I had last week. because like I said, the guy came in there talking about, it was more like a receipt. When I read it, it was like, he's right. Maybe I didn't put enough emphasis in how important, my breeding to the Stone City and Mayday had effect to the game. So yes, I do feel like Mr. Finley, Mr. Hetry, Mr. Hemphill, Mr. J.P. Kobe, Mr. Boudreaux. I do. Because where it didn't matter to me then, I look at the results now. Did I make an impact in the game as a whole? No, but it was that little seed that I dropped that caused a whole lot of shit talking. I mean, everybody was mad at me. But in the end, it was the proof that woke everybody up. If it was a bunch of bullshit, it would never be talked about today. Right? Oh, yeah, and shout out to Snipe. Snipe, good job, man, because it was Sniper that brought this up to me today. I think his name is Pitdog07 in the chat room. Pitdog07. Thank you for the conversation, man, because my show was done today based on him bringing up that old family red nose stuff. And it was a good conversation to go into because y'all just really don't know how relevant the old family red-nosed dogs was to the game, how important it was. I mean, so important is, look, guys, I ran y'all through this whole little thing today, right? And it still boils down to the family of old red-nosed. The old family red-nosed dogs. They might not be pure. One damn thing for damn sure, I got a whole lot of that shit in my dogs. One thing for damn sure, it had a chemistry to where they produced these dogs to make the dogs relevant to what we were doing, to what I did, and what the people are doing with the same dog in the years to come, to the future of these dogs. We have to go back and pay attention, because it don't be for me going back and learning and learning and learning and learning, I would have never been able to do the shit that I done. When I thank everybody that had a hand in my teaching, I want to thank all you guys for listening. I want to thank all you guys for, a lot of people say, damn Twin, you are one of the best kennels out there doing these podcasts because you're coming so real and legit. Well, I want to continue that, but so far I can go here. You understand? But so far that I can go with this because it's still related to what y'all like the most. The things that I was, a dog man. Okay? I wouldn't be relevant to none of this shit if I wasn't a real true dog man who was passionate just like all them was back then. Just like all the guys that I sit there and think every time I get to talking about my success in these dogs, you hear me ratting these same old people out. And we'll continue doing that because they deserve it, because without them, it wouldn't be no me now. And this is what I'm trying to do to you guys. I'm trying to pump as much as I can of me in you, because I had to learn it by going out there. You got somebody sitting here telling you, be real to your shit, man. Go clean that shit out if you ain't doing the right shit with it, or ain't doing the right thing. Don't go add some trash to some good shit to try to say the shit that you got. Them think it's going to get better. It took good breedings even when they bred cold shit. So they weren't even afraid to breed cold dogs. So we don't know how many of those dogs back then, that old family red, was cold ass dogs. Point to be made. What made them do it? Let's look into those and look at them and see why. Now we have dogs out here that we can look in here and know these dogs was cold. I pointed out 2 cold dogs that still out there, got a line out there this very day that's still growing hard dogs based on 2 cold ass dogs that still were able to produce match dogs even up to this point now. Same with Stone City. No telling about a bunch of these other kennels that was dealing with cold dogs and doing it. We probably never know, but hey, the point that I made, I hope I got it across today, and I hope y'all appreciate it. So if y'all want to throw me some thumbs up, the muscles, thumbs up, and the flowers, man, I appreciate it, because I want to know what y'all feedback is. I need feedback to let you, talk to me, fellas. I want to know. Did I do a good job? Did I explain it good enough? Did Snipe put me onto something that I realized when I got to looking into it, it would be some way to go? Because remember, I did a lot of things. I showed you a couple of dogs that looked like they bred one way and true reality they bred something totally different. So let's look at the poll. Let's see what we're doing with the poll. Damn, it looks like it's 50-50. Damn, the poll 50-50? It sure the hell is. Are they the most dominant crosses of the day? Y'all see that poll, guys? They got 50-50. Now, I love y'all. That means that show us that 50% of us Red Boy Jeep rascal dog men out here, and the other 50% want to kick your ass. All right? The other 50% want to kick your ass, y'all Red Boy Jeep rascal boys. Because you got 50% of the game saying, no, that's some bullshit. Well, guess what? If y'all want to hold that title, 50% of the dog people out here said, no, they ain't that dominant. Well, let's find out who these 50%ers, them 50% that don't believe it, who don't feel like it's true. And guess what? That means there's a whole bunch of people out there, 50%, that says that y'all is full of shit. So the best way we want to make sure that happens is all y'all Jeep Red Boys, rascal boys. I hope y'all looking at your yards, because guess what? Guess what? When y'all win, y'all looking great. Just make sure you're doing a lot more winning than 50-50. Can't be dominant if you're only doing 50-50. You got to show these other 50% and make that other 50% a believer. Job is on you. Jeep rascal, Red Boy dog, y'all know y'all got work to do because you got 50% of the game to say y'all, no. So that means y'all got work to do. Convince that other 50% that y'all are the dominant. And if there's some 50% of them that say that you ain't, then they need to show us by whooping y'all ass. Because 50% of the game says they all are. Thank you guys. I've seen all them roses, I've seen all them flowers, I've seen all them muscles. You know what I'm saying? I feel that. I feel that pit. Thank you again, man, for the show, man. I mean, I know it's late. Summertime, I do a lot of work. I wait till the last minute, y'all. It's like, I don't know how much a real dog man can get out here and talk without really going into the deep waters. Because I really don't have no dogs to talk about of the day. So I'm always back here talking about what I did. And as long as I keep talking about what I did, I'm gonna always walk the line. I'm gonna tell you, I was a dog biter. I believed in what I did. And I believed in what the other people were doing because I followed what they did and I became a success. The only reason I know I became a success because I'm sitting down here telling you guys, and you guys are telling me that I did the right thing by telling y'all what I did. So I really appreciate that from everybody. Okay? I know I went over a little bit today. I want to thank a lot of people today. Remember I told you I was going to talk about my people who've been supporting this. True enough. I also want to start bringing out comments about a lot of, I get emails and I get, comments all the time. I want to start reading some of these emails and comments out here to you guys, along with the people who have contributed. I want you people to be recognized because you make what we are doing today possible. A lot of you guys come in here and just sit and listen and learn. But there's a lot of guys out there who just feels like, when they chalk out that change and put it out there to me, man, you know what they say? They just say like, man, you know what? I can't see myself by not doing it because, man, you're giving something out for free. And the least I can do is pay something for what you're giving me. God damn. All right, now guys, we're gonna be going into some shit here. I'm just giving y'all a heads up, letting you know. We're gonna be diving into the dark side. And I ain't gonna tell you, I'm going, what is it called? Patriot. Patriot. I'm pretty sure some of you guys know about it. It's a place that we're gonna go into the deep waters. I don't feel comfortable going into that life here on Facebook and or Instagram or on YouTube. You know what I mean? This right here is made for strictly true dog men. That means to get in the Patriarch, you will be paying a subscription to get there. But the only ones gonna be willing to pay is the ones who really want to get there. Because they already know that that's the only thing that's upstairs, and it's the door to the basement. That's all I can tell you. You're gonna be vetted to get through that door too. If you're willing to pay to go in there to that door there, you're gonna go into the world of the underground, and that's what it's made there for. It's made for you to be above the ground. We'll be keeping up with fictional shows. You know, it'll be on there. We'll be going through things where you guys gonna learn a lot about the things that happen in the underground world. But it's not meant for everybody to be like this right here is. It's only gonna be meant for guys that serious enough to pay to want to go in there and see what's going on. You know, along with that, they will be having their subscription of the historical book of records as well. They'll have access to information. They'll be able to have access to being able to come on there and ask questions and get answers and videos showing exactly what we do. You know, but it's only made for those who's willing to pay to come in there and sit there and pay the subscription to come along with the things that come with that. You're gonna find me there, and it would be totally different than what you're getting here. You're getting free news here, but you know, the things that I have to offer you, I can't do on here. I can tell you all, there's a point that I can get to where I have to stop. But I found a place that I can be able to go, man, that ain't got nothing to do with YouTube, that I can go and Patriarch, you'll get the information when I do open it up for you guys that really want to play ball. We, you know, in there we're gonna have really a networking system where, you know, you can't just blurt out shit on here. You know, over there where we going, we can make a lot of connections as long as we keep our room clean. And believe me, I'm gonna be able to keep my room clean. It's so much easier to keep my room clean when you're dealing with guys who want to play compared to sharing a room with, you gotta get some guys who don't want to play. They just want to suck up the knowledge. You got some guys that's out here that want to suck up the knowledge to, you know, to be able to fake the knowledge, okay? But then you got some guys out here just sucking up the knowledge who really do want to play and are in a disadvantage of the way things are now. But this is good. This is a place that's gonna be meant for you kind of guys. So continue feeling the feel of the Going Hard Kennels Reloaded. Know we are here for you. Remember, I'm only giving you what I did. I'm only giving you what I think. I'm only giving you what I feel. And if that's enough to get you in a position where you can be one day, you know, thanking me, like I thank so many others, you know, it's a day I hope that I'm around to see in the end. You know, I hope y'all get there before I go. You know, until then, you know, we're gonna keep doing what we do. You already know. What we always got to do. It's a new rule to the game, y'all.
New rules,
and we're trying to change the rule.
New rules.
We ain't having two curs walk out the game with one of them being a winner.
No.
No. We ain't gonna be doing more of that courtesy shit. You know,
No.
courtesy's out the window. No.
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 We're going hard with this shit.
We're going hard with this shit, fellas.
Yes.
For those who want to play, you want to stay, just always remember, man, new rule to the game. So when they ask you to do a courtesy scratch, tell them, no, we don't want it, baby.
Tell them why.
Tell them why. Tell them why.
Mm-hmm.
Tell them why. Because we always scratch the rule.
It's Tuesday night. Parking lot ain't gonna be open that long, so get it in. Get it in. Get it in. Until then, see you Friday.
Hey, love you, fellas. Thank you.
man. I'm gonna hit these bars, snipe. I'm finna hit these bars, baby. Shit, check it out, baby. Check it out, y'all. Psych. Come in here and break these bars out right quick, you know what I'm saying? Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Appreciate that, bruh. cheesy and all, baby. I bet you I hear a whole lot of people hollering, keep on scratching, scratch the wind. They know what I mean. It's like throwing that first punch and you know damn well you weren't even trying to hit him. Come on, man. How many brothers you know be doing that? Man, we gonna fight, we gonna throw this blanket punch. Turn around and get your ass whooped. Oh man, stop it. Supreme Exodus, what's happening, baby? Yes, sir. Man, do y'all notice when Twin 2 start off the show, he take you way down like memory lane, way back in history and shit. And then by the time he get back to the future, it all makes sense. I be sitting here be looking at him sometimes. I be like, man, 1910, are you serious? But today I blame that on Pit Dog. Hey, Pit Dog. Today, that's on you, baby. Pit Dog, simplified. Back to you, bruh. You know I know what it means. Always. Always, my brother. Hey, I noticed that pole moved a little bit. So I guess the yes kind of like took over. Yeah, they weren't having that 50-50, bro. They weren't having that 50-50. Robinson, I don't know if you're in your room, but I just happened to get around to your question about what part of, caused them to really get mad. But you got to do a little history check on that, man, because the two Kennels really didn't like each other, at all. So that was the biggest issue because they would have never done it. They were actually trying to beat each other. So that's the major part of the getting mad part because we had the dogs and they just didn't want that to happen, bro. Vladimir, man. Yeah. I don't know who G.Co's little Mayday was. But, little Mayday, I don't know. You gotta remember, our little Mayday disappeared. So that might have been a new code name for him. All depends on how he was bred. If you come across some papers on him, let me know. I'll tell you.
short.
start talking, man. That wasn't meant for you, bro. You eavesdropping, bro. Alright, fellas, I think I hit that 12 or 30 mark. Nah, I'm down at 12:30 mark, man. Look here, man. It's a weekday. Now, come on now. At some point, you gotta shut it down. I think I'm at that point. So, till Friday, you know what I'm saying? You'll stay out of trouble. Nah, I ain't gonna stay out of trouble. I'ma just be like, man, I'll see y'all Friday. You know how you get on the block and everybody like, man, it's getting late, man. I gotta get home, man. My wife done stuck her head in this door 3 times, you know what I'm saying? I gotta go, man. That's one of my movies. Man, I gotta go, man. I gotta say peace out, bro. I gotta leave y'all with some drama, though. Man, put that vape pen down, man. Point, man, you gotta put that pen down, man. Roll that shit up in a blunt, bro. Take it straight to the G-zone. Yeah, I'm in a drama session. Blowing up something. This how I be like, man, I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I seen you till Friday. I'm going out with this madness. Yeah. Peace. Had you going, didn't I, Snipe? Yeah. I'm gonna hold you to that chocolate, bruh. I'm a Snickers man myself, you know. That's that D-O double Dizzo. Deuces, bruh. Get a chance, man. Hit me up. At least before Friday. Give me something new to work with, baby. I'm out.